Hello, and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Today is Saturday, the 22nd of August, 2026. It is indeed 39 minutes past 17 o'clock. A bit of water. I have... Oh, Vinny, by the way, is underneath the desk chewing on one of his chew things. He's quite happy. He's been out twice today, or we've both been out twice today. He rarely goes out without me. And I was just thinking about when I went to, just a few years back, when I first found out that my uncle, and I was in my, what was I? Yeah, I was in my early 40s. I found out my uncle had prostate disease. He was very, very poorly. So I went to the doctor and I asked her, can I please get a prostate exam? And she said, no thanks. I'm not doing it. Seriously. I said, oh, I'm not doing that. I'm not giving you a prostate exam. Can you take socks off so I can have a look at your foot? That's what you've come for. Okay. There's more to my body than just my foot. She said, yeah, but no matter how disgusting your foot is, I prefer to look at the foot than, you know. Is that a bit rude? Anyway, today I have been really working on my website. And although I would have said to you, I'm really pleased with how it's gone, but I've just done something that's deleted something. It's a bit vague, I know. So what do I need to do? Oh, I don't know. Right. So I have actually I put in so much work the last few days into making the website better and cleaner and more efficient and easier to use and easier to find stuff, tidier and all that. But I've also done, today I got a little bit, I just had this idea because I wanted to put a journal on my website, but not a journal where I talk, do like a long journal and I spend hours typing. I wanted to have something where I could just come back to it at different times during the day. So maybe just, you know, do a little entry when I first wake up, maybe do another one later in the day, one just before I go to bed, maybe. Or sometimes not do one at all. Or do one when I'm out with Vinny. Or when I'm waiting for a bus. Or waiting for a taxi. Or waiting in the queue of the supermarket. You know, whatever. Just so I could do it mobily, mobily. You know what I mean? Wherever I am, using whatever I've got on me. So right now, I would use a laptop, or I'd use the iPad. But if I was sitting over there, I'd use the phone. Or if I was in a bedroom, I'd use the phone. Or if I was in the garden or in the park, I'd use the phone. And I realised, well, first of all, I can't type into a phone. I can do very, very basic typing in a phone. My thumbs are too big. I say my thumbs, I only use one thumb. But I can't, typing into a phone is not for me. Thank you very much. Thanks for the offer, but no thanks. Typing on the laptop, although easier, is still very, very time consuming. So I thought, well, I need to find a way around this. And the obvious way is to record what I'm going to say directly into the journal, and then it's that way I can add I don't know if you want to call it an episode or whatever, but wherever I am. So I figured out how to do that. I had to get code and all this stuff, because the thing is, I didn't want to do it in the back end of the website. When I say back end, I mean the editing side of the website. I wanted to be able to just go wherever I am, just go into jasonnewland.com, click on journal, and then record. And I don't necessarily have to watch the words come up on the screen, but just record, and then when I've finished, have it saved and uploaded. So I figured that out first. Took ages and ages and ages, because once I did it, it took away the design, because I'd already designed the journal to be the same design as the rest of the website, like colouring and stuff. But then I had to keep redoing the code, and eventually I managed to get a way to record it and upload it. But the quality of the text was terrible, as far as it typed the way I speak. And when I make a podcast like this, I have the idea that I'm a fairly good speaker. I mean, I guess it's not public speaking, although it's going out to the public. And I don't do a huge amount of editing. I mean, the main editing I do on the podcast is just trying to edit out unwelcome noises. Although I've had to give up trying to edit that dog out, because it's just always there, on and off. So I'm sorry about that. Unless I make a podcast at 3 a.m, I can't avoid the possibility of that dog barking. It starts at any time from 6 a.m. till 10 at night. And I'm in bed at 10 at night. So, it is one of those things. Just one of those things. If there's if a building was going up, next door, and the pile driving was going in, and just, smashing into the ground and shaking everything, I probably wouldn't make a podcast during that. Or if there was a couple of helicopters playing tennis in the garden, it'd be noisy. So I wouldn't, record during that either. To be fair, I'd probably be interested watching it, especially as there's not enough room for 2 helicopters in the garden. It'd be a bit of a... Yeah, it'd be worth watching it, but I'd like to watch it from a distance and to be out of this building when it happened, I think. So, I looked at the text and I was a little bit surprised at how often I repeat words, how often I stutter, how often I mumble a bit as well. So I don't speak quite as clearly as I thought I did, but I'm not an orator, I guess. And the grammar of the text was absolutely atrocious, because first of all, because I'm just like talking into it, there's no full stops, no commas, no apostrophes, there was no gaps, no paragraphs, nothing. It was just one sentence, well, just one big paragraph really, but one sentence, because it was, so it was, if I was going to edit it myself by hand, it would take a while. I guess none of the entries are going to be particularly long. It's just an update. It might be an update on how I'm feeling, might be an update on the results of going to the doctors, or the results of, just, could be anything, just something I'm thinking about. It's just a record, it's a little journal, my ongoing journal of my life, really, I suppose. That's the sort of the purpose of it. But having to edit, firstly, if I was doing it on my phone, I'm recording it, then uploading it, I'd have to wait till I got home before I could edit it, because I can't even really see the screen very well, especially not enough to be editing text. And so that I'd have to get home and do it, and it just like, oh, no thanks, no. So I had to think, like, what can I do? I need a way to automatically edit this and also give it a title and like a signing off goodbye at the end, so I didn't have to say that in case I forgot. So I spent probably more than half the day working on the editing side of things. Not just to edit, but to be able to do it from the website itself, and to have a button on there so I can actually edit, so add and edit, add entry and edit, all on the front page, so even people visiting the website can see those 2 buttons, but it won't mean anything, it won't work for anyone else but me. So I'm like, oh, it was quite, I kept doing it and it didn't work. I kept doing it again and it didn't work. And even up till about 5 minutes ago, I thought it worked. And I ended up accidentally deleting a journal entry that I just recorded and edited. So the editing seems to be okay, especially, the formatting of the text, the full stops, paragraphs, all that stuff. It's probably better than I would do myself. Because you might not believe this, but I'm not actually an English scholar. An English literature scholar. Literature? Yeah, something like that. And I ended up, it was all good, and then I had to try to save it. It wouldn't save. I couldn't figure out why. I'd allocated it to a different podcast. And I just I don't know what's going on here. Well, here's what's going on. I'd completely deleted it. I don't know how I did it, but I did. Because I went and I deleted all the journals. Because I had about 8 blogs. And I had one called Dear Luke, which I'd started doing a few years back. And I've kept that just for myself. And there's this one, Jason's Journal. There was another one, but I didn't really look at it. I just deleted it. So maybe I shouldn't have done that. Should have looked first. But then it ended up deleting the most recent episode. I genuinely don't know where it's gone. It just disappeared. So what I've done now is I thought it'd be interesting just to test it while I'm talking to you. So I've recorded myself for the first 15 minutes of this podcast. And I want to see if it allows me to clean the script. So clean journal. So basically it's using AI. So I'm using both the AI, ChatGPT, to build some of the pages, the code. I'm also using AI built within Shopify, the website itself. So if I put in this, hopefully it should work. So that's the thing. So that's all I need to put in is clean journal. And there's a lot of, I guess there's a lot of text there, isn't there? Considering I've been talking for 15 minutes, but oh, yep. Wow. See, it's amazing. What would have took me quite a while. I mean, I say quite a while, but it's taken out all the mumbles. It's taken out the stuttering, the repetition, the repetitions, and it's now readable. Because I realised, actually, it's not the first time I realised this, because I have transcribed hundreds and hundreds of my recordings, of my Let Me Bore You to Sleep recordings, and they're not readable. I thought I was fairly succinct and quite clear. And it's not, I don't think it's so much that I'm unclear as that people can't understand what I'm saying. But this might surprise you, but I don't always stay on the same subject. And it's not that I move around. I don't just move around. Sometimes I move around within the same sentence. I move from one thing to another, and then back and up, back, and that is kind of part of what I'm doing. That's part of the process, is to relax your brain, relax your body, and give you something else to think about other than your own worries and concerns, but at the same time maybe struggle to think about what I'm thinking about or what I'm talking about, because I keep changing what I'm talking about it, and it might become harder to follow, but not in a stressful way, but in a boring way, to the point where you just relax more and maybe fall asleep. So, you know, there's method in my madness, I suppose. But as far as a book or a journal entry, wow, it's hard to, it's very, very, very hard to put it together like that. So what I'm going to do, so is put it all in together, all perfectly together, except it hasn't put in the goodbye, and it hasn't given me the proper title, because that's another thing. Have had problems with the code, because it's supposed to add a title, and the title is only supposed to be the day, the month, the year. So for today, Saturday, 22nd of August 2026, and then the time, which would now be 6 o'clock p.m, 6 p.m. And that's because I'll be making multiple entries into the journal in a day, maybe loads, maybe few, but I thought I'd just stick it to the date and time that I'm doing the entry. And it's supposed to automatically do that. But it's not. It's really not. So I have to work on that and get that fixed. But that's going to be a tomorrow issue, because right now I can't be bothered to do any more. I've done enough. So let me just have a look, see if this is fixed. See if it's, yep, it's all uploaded. So this one's called Building My Journal, a New Way to Record My Thoughts. So I'll click on that. So at the top of the page, this is the journal. It's got Jason's journal controls. Edit this entry, add a new entry. So that'll only be me that can kind of access that. Building my journal, a new way to record my thoughts. And it's just all the stuff that I was saying then, which is weird considering it was nearly 20 minutes, but there's not a lot of writing there. So it makes me wonder, maybe I'm not the quickest talker. So it says I put in so much work over the last few days, making the website better, cleaner, more efficient and easier to use. But today I had a new idea. I wanted to put a journal on my website. Not a long, elaborate journal where I spend hours typing, but something I could dip in and out of throughout the day. So it's you know, I'm quite pleased with that, because it's a good size font. I've not checked it on my phone, but I have tested it to record on the phone. So I've tested it, recorded on the phone and on the laptop. The phone's easier. The laptop I have to put in what do I have to put in? Something H to get it to start recording. But on the phone you just press the record, you know, image, microphone image. Thinking about it, I might just, no. I was going to say, I prefer just to do it, if I'm here, I prefer just to do it on the laptop, if I'm actually at the desk. Because the whole kind of, you know, the editing bit is much easier here, like the clean journal. I can do it on the phone, But, I feel like it's the writing's so small I have to almost climb inside the phone to see what I'm doing. It's so it's easier really to do it on a laptop as far as the editing side. And I can record and save and not necessarily upload it until I get home if I want. Because that's the thing. I can do the clean the journal part, but then I won't be able to read it on the screen so very well on the phone. Especially with my left eye. Mind you, with my left eye I can't even read the screen of the laptop. I've become a little bit obsessed with my left eye. Who'd have thought it? Really, I didn't think that I'd be that interested in a part of my body. Well, not since I was a teenager. I mean, my left eye, it just fascinates me that how the words just mix together when I try and read. Just can't do it. But if I close my right eye, read fine. It's a little bit, it's not clear because I'm just using one eye. And my eyesight is not great, but I can read it. The words are not sticking together. The left eye. So I try and read Jason's journal. It's Jason. So if I move along, then it's JA. Then it's SNOSAN. Urinal. So yeah, maybe that's the proper word. That's a proper title. It should be Jason's urinal. Wow. I'm a genius. Ugh. So yeah, that's it really. That's all I've been doing. The thing is, this reminds me a little bit of the old days. Who'd have thought I'd be thinking of 2000 as the old days? Sitting at the laptop, working on code, website code, testing and retesting and testing again for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. But there is something quite satisfying when it's complete. Although technically this isn't complete. It is, if I don't mind the fact that it's not doing everything that I expect it to do, like put a title in and have a signing off bit. That's not a big deal. It's doing everything else. But I'll have to tinker around with the code and find out how I can change it to make sure it abides by that rule. And I'm wondering whether or not I should make that section where it says edit this entry and add a new entry, make it invisible to anyone else that visits the website. Have it only available for me to see. I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, it's been quite good, in a kind of a way. Kind of. It's been all right. I quite enjoyed it. I don't know. Something's okay. Not bugging me, but when I watch YouTube videos of stuff from the past, it just amazes me. I know there's a lot of bots out there that go onto channels and just post stuff, and I think I don't quite know how that works. Are the bots just random, which doesn't make sense? Have YouTube created the bots to go on to make comments on YouTube videos in order to increase viewership or to increase interaction? to get other people to post comments and replies? Or is it the owner of the YouTube, or the creators of the YouTube channels that are using their own designed bots to add comments on their videos in order to make their channels seem more popular and to help with the YouTube algorithm to increase video views? So I don't know. I'm not sure how it all works. I don't know. Because, if I could create a bot that visits my website or visits my YouTube channel, I imagine that would be frowned upon. I wouldn't want to have, be put in fake reviews. I understand. Well, that was loud, wasn't it? I understand why people do it. I'm sure that dog's got a loudspeaker today. Wow. She's all silly Billy. She won't put the dog. Won't put the dog inside. Insists it's got to stay in the garden all day. Well, it wants to stay in the garden, no doubt, but it's no. It has to be available to make noise all day. All day. Dear Jason, I remember when you didn't complain about the dog. Now it's all you seem to do. Moan, 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 moan. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll try not to anymore. I mean, part of the reason I was moaning about the dog in the past, by the way, that was me doing the complaint then. It wasn't a real message, a real letter. Is because it was stopping me from doing stuff. Now I'm not going to let it stop me from making podcasts, which means it's going to be in the podcast. And that does annoy me. I'm sorry, it does. Soz. But I don't want a barking dog that's barking practically all day long, on and off, to be disturbing my podcasts. But then I listen back to the podcasts and it's so low, because I can hear it way better than a microphone can. This microphone is not built for hearing things in a distance. It's built for hearing things some inches away from it. If I was standing in the garden, or if I was standing the other side of the room, it would hardly pick me up at all. If I was standing in the garden, it wouldn't hear me talking. It'd be hard to hear me shouting. It'd be like, chuck me down a Mars bar, or whatever it is I'd be shouting. So, there you go. And there's a kid out playing, and there's, we're coming towards the winter, so there's going to be a lot of wintry weather, rain against the window, and the tweeds blowing in the wind, the rattles of my bones as the wind blows through the window. Yeah, so, there's always going to be sound. It's never going to be completely silent, unless, of course, for me, I would say the only time that it's potentially really quiet is late at night, early hours in the morning, and it'd be good if I could get that sentence out, wouldn't it? I'm not a late person anymore. I don't stay up late anymore. I used to. In fact, I used to stay up all night long. All night long. All night. All night long. Yeah. Lionel Richie. Was it 1984 or 83? It just does bring back memories, that does. I got these quite happy memories Because my stepmum, my first stepmum, I idolised her. And I liked everything that she liked. Well, not everything, but, like, if she liked music, so she loved Lionel Richie, she loved Barry Manilow, and so did I. She liked watching dramas on telly. The Thornbirds is such a drama, and Shogun, ironically, both with Richard Chamberlain. I think she might have liked Richard Chamberlain. Dr. Kildare himself. That's a weird reference, isn't it? But yeah, he... those shows went on for hours and hours and hours and hours. I used to watch them with her. She used to record them on video. I think because some of them were on quite late at night. So she'd record them and then we'd watch them together. There was another show. There was a TV series. I don't think it was a film. I'm pretty sure it was called Seagull Island. And it's about a blind lady who's basically being messed around. 1981. Wow. But it was really, really freaky. And it was, I'm just having a look, it was it was a horror basically. It looks like they made a movie as well. That's weird. So it looks like they did a movie in 1979. They did a mini-series. Let's say they did, those people, whoever did them. There was a TV show called Seagull Island, TV miniseries in 1981. It's a 79 Secret of the Seagull Island. Then there was 1982, The Secret of Seagull Island, which, well, it's got to be a different thing. But then I'm looking at this, it's got a picture of the same woman. I'm very, very confused. Unless maybe they created the movie or broke the movie down into I don't know, broke the movie into episodes, TV episodes. They did that with Spider-Man, the original Spider-Man movie back in the late 70s, I think it was, and they turned that into a Spider-Man series just from that movie. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. See, I think, I'm not sure if the moviegoers now realise how fortunate they are to have the quality, the picture quality that we have these days. I mean, look at the special effects that I grew up with. I said, okay, you can think, well, I suppose the first movie that really seemed to put in a lot of effort as far as special effects goes, and is pretty one of the most famous movies of all time, is Star Wars. And Superman was another one. They went all out on the special effects and used the most up-to-date special effects for the Superman movie. And then they kind of did the same thing with Star Trek movies, and I think the ones that had the budgets, I don't know if Battlestar Galactica was where it was on the budget scale, to be honest. Because in the early 80s, there was still science fiction TV shows that had awful special effects, or just like regular special effects, because things like it was very difficult to go and watch Star Wars and then come home and watch Doctor Who. Both made at the same time. It's slightly different when it comes to the special effects. And I don't think Star Wars even had a huge budget to start with. And I'm surprised that Doctor Who didn't have a good budget, considering it was, well, I don't know about then, but it's been popular all around the world. It was one of the most popular TV shows in the UK for a long time. But the special effects weren't great necessarily. I didn't mind because I just loved it anyway, but I mean, I think we're moving now from, like, in my lifetime, it's been quite an interesting period, I guess, to be alive, in a sense of, but I suppose it is for everyone. But then I imagine there's been some people that have lived their entire lives and nothing much has changed. They've been born, maybe they were born into working on a farm. For example, go hunter-gatherer or whatever. So maybe they lived on a farm, born on a farm, their parents were farmers, their grandparents were farmers, great-great-grandparents were farmers, and they were a farmer, and then their kids were farmers, and then their kids' kids were farmers, So they might have been born, raised, lived on a farm, lived that lifestyle their whole life, and the world maybe didn't really change that much for them, because there was no television, there was no radio, no newspapers. I'm going back a while, and the world was really the village you lived in, or the town you lived in, wasn't it? That was the world. And there was a time, a long time ago, there was a time when space really was the sea. People thought that was it. That's all there was their little island, or big island. Or maybe they thought that's all there was, in their village. And then one day they come across other humans and they don't know what they are. And they're just from like 3 miles away because people didn't travel. They didn't need to. I love the fact that I can be almost, I don't know, quite open and thoughtful, and at the same time completely ignorant. It's great. It's such a wonderful position to be in. I was just thinking how much has changed during my life, but then imagine how much changed in my dad's life, how much changed in my grandparents' life. I mean, my granddad was born in the 1920s. No, he was 80. He was born in 1910, my granddad. And so he saw 2 world wars. He wasn't old enough to be in the first one, but he was in the second one. So he saw, so much stuff. But I guess I'm not really talking about that kind of thing. I'm talking about, I suppose, lifestyle, inventions, creations, way of living. Yeah, lifestyle, way of living. You didn't have to say it twice. Shush. So for me, I guess I'm thinking about phones, mobile phones. I grew up and we had phones connected to the wall. I mean, now, well, not, I don't know, hardly anyone has got one, but the term landline became quite well used. But I'd never even heard the term landline until, what was it, 1996, when I was a security guard. And that wasn't because of mobile phones, it's because I had a walkie-talkie. And they'd say, if it was something really serious or personal or private, call me on a landline. They wouldn't want it over the air, because other people could like tune into it and listen. So like if I said I wanted to talk about constipation or something, not over the air, landline. And or maybe I spilt some peanut butter on me tie, or I didn't eat peanut butter. Peanut butter is one of those things that I think of like, ugh. Then I think, actually, it really tastes nice. I just can't move on from the look, how it looks, and yeah, I can't. Yeah, it does taste really, really nice. Because I remember, even though I haven't eaten it for decades, I just can't. I couldn't get over the. I don't have to go into details, obvious, but but it's nice. Bovril, on the other hand, oh my goodness, the whole you either love it or hate it. It is. I'm not a big fan of Bovril. But then I guess maybe it's because I've got a bit of a sweet tooth, what's left of them. So bitter things, which I think it's fair enough to say that Bovril, or Marmite, sorry, Bovril's the drink, Marmite is the paste. I think it's safe to say that Marmite is bitter. It's not sweet, is it? Although sweet and sour goes together, so what about sweet and bitter? I wonder how they came across that. I want to say they, whoever invented sweet and sour food, the mixture. I wonder how did they come realise that, wow, that's bitter, that's sweet, that's sour, that's sweet. Like two things. I'm trying to think of something that's sour. A lemon, grapefruit. Grapefruit? Yeah, grapefruit can be sour, can't it? But if you put sugar on it, it's weird. Without sugar, not all grapefruit. There's, what is the blood grapefruit? The ones that you don't need sugar on. But the real sour grapefruits, I was like, no, I couldn't eat that. But cover it in sugar, it's delightful. Absolutely. I'm trying to think of other things. I feel the only time I ever used to really mix things together other than food, like on a plate, is when I had my paper round at about, I don't know, 83, 84. I used to buy sweets, so toffees, maybe some chocolate, and these soft mints came out, and they were mints, but they were soft inside and chewy. So I used to put one of them and some chocolate and a chew and mix it all together. Oh, sometimes something minty as well. Man, it was like a party inside my mouth. It was amazing. The problem is, oh, I don't know if you hear it. She's blaming the other dogs in the area. I have heard another dog, but not recently. She's one of them. It's everyone else's fault. Bless. So I had all these wonderful feelings and in my mouth, but then by the time I got home, I had a troubled tummy because I'd eaten way too many sweets, really. And every day I think to myself, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that again. Not doing that tomorrow. Because, maybe just have one thing, and then have my dinner when I get home. Because it was putting me off my food. It was like, oh. And every day I'd do the same thing. I did it for weeks because I loved it so much. In fact, I would probably say I spent more money. I probably spent my whole paper round wages on sweets while I was doing a paper round, which is completely pointless. Yeah, it's completely pointless. I do wonder where I got my money from back then, because I did karate, so that cost me money twice a week to pay. It wasn't a lot of money, but I had to pay to go there every week, twice a week. I also bought the equipment. I bought loads of gym stuff, weights, punch bags, free weights, bench, all that stuff. So I paid for that. I was buying books constantly. I don't know, I know I had a few different jobs, but none of them paid good money. It was a paper round. I mean, I was probably on 25 pence an hour or something. I mean, generally, I don't think I would have made more than about £3-4 a week, if that. Yeah, I reckon I'd be lucky if I made £5 a week. Probably less than that. It's such a long time ago. That's why I wish I'd had a journal and I could go back. It's like, wow, because as far as annual hourly wage, an hourly rate, the lowest I remember was about 75 pence an hour when I worked in the bakery in the restaurant near the seafront. And I do believe that was about 75 pence an hour. And I get paid every day, I think. Because if I worked during the summer, I'm pretty sure they paid me every day. So 75 pence an hour. I was there from... Hello, Vinny. Hello, darling. Right. So, are you ready to eat your dinner? Because I had to put it in the fridge. Wouldn't eat it. He hasn't eaten all day. And when I say all day, I'm talking all day long. Have you? You haven't eaten anything since last night? Because he turned his nose up at the food I gave him. He didn't eat the food I gave him last night because he'd had something earlier in the day. And because he had a lot of treats yesterday, you see. So I thought, I'm not chucking away another packet of food. So I put it back in the fridge. And he's licking me. It might be because he wants to go out, to be fair. But he does also need to eat. What is it you want, Vinny? Are you hungry? Are you hungry? What was he flipping you with? Are you hungry? Do you want din-dins? You want num-nums? Do you want num-nums? Hey? Do you want num-nums? Oh, I didn't tell you. The other day, I went to the pet shop. And I got him a treat, but I also got him... Well, I've realised that he doesn't want dog toys. What he wants is cat toys. Maybe it's because of his size. I don't know. So I got him a little squidgy ball, a blue ball for a cat. He loves it. It's like a little sponge thing. He just chucks it around and stuff. And I got him a little white mouse. Not so bold about the mouse, but he definitely likes the ball. So what I'm going to do probably every month, go in there and see what other like little mouse toys that I can get for him. Because I don't know, that seems to be the sort of thing he likes to play with. I know, he's very little. I mean, he's the size of a big cat, basically. Or even a small cat. You're only the size of a cat, ain't you? Hey? You're like the size of a pussy. Yeah, you are. And I thought maybe I'd get him one of those scratching posts. What do cats have? Like little... Should I get you a little cage? Get you a litter box. A little litter box. If I got him a litter box and he actually used it, it'd be terrible because I would never leave the flat. I wouldn't have to, so I wouldn't do it. So the fact that I have to take him out so he goes to the toilet is good. Otherwise, we'd never go out, would we? No, that's not fair on you, is it? It's not fair on you. It's not fair on me either, but... And now the weather's started to cool down, I'm taking him out 3 times a day again, like I used to. Just had to wait for it to cool down, didn't we? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Had to wait for things... Oh, what are you doing? What? Oh, no, not inside my ear. Sound weird, doesn't it? He's licking me. Feels a bit strange. I'm not sweaty. All that time, all those days in a row, it was just like sweaty, sweaty, sweaty. Now, he's almost sitting on me, waiting to go out, aren't you? You really want to go out that bad? Yeah? Okay, right, let's go then. Sorry, he doesn't normally hassle me like this. Well, he's not hassling me, but before we go, I just want to quickly look. This Seagull Island mini-series. I remember this because it was freaky. It was very strange. A 5-part Italian language mini-series about a young Englishwoman searching for her blind sister in Italy. Ah. Not to be confused with the English language feature film version, The Secret of Seagull Island. So, okay, but it's got Prunella Ransom in it. The Secret of Seagull Island. But that's also got Prunella Ransom. It says not to be confused. Of course it's going to be confused. So what they've done is they have done what I said. They've basically done a feature-length version of the miniseries. So they've turned it into a movie. I'm sure I watched it as like a mini-series. I'm pretty sure I did. I don't remember having it all in one go. And how many parts was it? Episode 1. Oh, there's only 2 series. Okay. Barbara comes to Italy to visit her blind sister. But when she arrives, she finds her sister. Oh. Right, okay. I don't want to spoil it unless you haven't watched it. I know it's like 40 odd years ago, but yeah. It was a bit... I tell you what, if you ever watch Tales of the Unexpected, it's a little bit like that. It's a bit... Yeah. It's a very, very strange movie or series. It's very, very well done, but very... It kind of stuck with me a little bit. A little bit like Shogun, the TV show Shogun. The Thornbirds even. It's some of those like mini series were just... I really liked them. I'm not sure how much I concentrated, but I did like them. And I'm not sure if I liked them because my stepmom liked them. And the rest of the family were pacing the streets, wondering how long they had left before they can come back, safely come back into the house without that show being on television. I don't think they all liked it. So there was only 2 episodes. 2 episodes. 3 episodes. No, there was 3 episodes. There was 4 episodes. There was 5 episodes. Wow. It's only showing them. So there was 5 episodes. It's not saying how long each episode lasted for, but yeah, there's 5. That was a really, really good show. So it was on TV, well, according to this, Saturday, July the 18th, 1981. Years, top rated. Top rated? What's it coming up? What's the television coming up for? By the way, I'm going to go. Because Finney's being so patient. You know, sometimes he's so well behaved. I just fall in love with him. You know, he's just so good. Hasn't barked once at the dog in the garden. He doesn't bark at any of the neighbours. He had a little bit of a early this morning. Someone was in the garden, but nothing happened. Nothing came of it. He always barks at the postman woman, but there's nothing I can do about that. I think there's that rivalry, cats and dogs and postal workers. There's that thing going on. It's been going on for decades, isn't it? Centuries and centuries. Eh? When you think about it, just things like toilets. So when my granddad was born, there were no inside toilets. There was no televisions. No colour televisions, but no televisions at all. In 1910, I don't even know if there's any cars on the road. In London, probably not much. I don't know when cars kind of started being like a lot of cars were on the road. Planes, I don't think there's any passenger planes in 1910, was there? I suppose with me it's things like the internet. You know, I was born into, I suppose, computers were around. I mean, computers been around since the 50s, but computers, like personal computers, started to be a thing in the 80s, like late 70s, early 80s, and it became popular when I was like in my like 11, 12, 13, 14 kind of period. But I was never interested in them. And I literally didn't touch a computer until 1997. 1997, I touched a computer screen or a keyboard because I worked on a reception when I was a security guard, and the receptionist was teaching me a little bit about how to use the computer. So I'd never even, I'd seen them, but I'd never had any interest. So I was kind of learning how to put stuff in the bin and how to move stuff with the mouse and things like that, because it was a Macintosh they had. And then I got my own computer, which was probably 98. And that's when I really sort of took notice and really got into it. Or was it 99? I don't know, but it was... In fact, no, when I got the computer, the only thing I really liked was the internet. Without the internet, for me, a laptop was pointless. Technically, it still is. Without the internet, there's no point. Everything I do is kind of internet-based. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about computer-wise. Anyway, I'm going to go. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Kissy, kissy, kissy. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualizations. So it kind of was hypnosis, really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now, for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep. Without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly muscles in your legs. Relax, 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 so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body are also feeling peaceful, deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. focus on your mind. Your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice Notice how relaxed you now feel in the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, Spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows. Feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body. Tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day. Take a break from your life as it is. And to give yourself a rest. Giving yourself permission to take some time off. And to allow your body to relax. And allow your mind to slow down. Which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice. to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw feeling more relaxed front of your neck and your throat. Relax in and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck. Focus in on the back of your neck. Letting go of any tension that may have been there before and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. And as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks. And all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm and that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So, so calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands, your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose, your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4, 3. Two, 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And how does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of sensation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body, effortlessly. And just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3.2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply with every number. Those thoughts will become more and more relaxed, starting with number 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. Two. One. And as you now Notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear, going down from 8 starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension,
generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity will disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm, with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax, to just take some time off, so that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. Let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands